Yo, static on the screen while I'm booting up the system. 95 aesthetic, but the youngsters might have missed them. I'm sitting in the glow of a CRT monitor, a Gen X king, the digital era chronicler. Got the D20 rolling on the mahogany table, streaming live content through a fiber optic cable. I'm a dungeon master weaving tales of the ancient while the chat room is buzzing and the viewers get impatient. From the shy to the stars, yeah, I'm bridging the gap with a map of the galaxy laid out in my lap. I'm the captain on the bridge, I'm the rogue in the night, keeping retro culture burning like a neon light. Total Trek plays, yeah, we're live on the air, from the Delta Quadrant to the Dragon's Lair. Got the cartridges stacked and the dice in the tray, just a 95 vibe at the end of the day. Total Trek play, keep the signal real strong, where the nerds and the geeks and the legends belong. I got Optimus Prime standing guard on the shelf, transforming the world while I'm being myself. Collecting G1 figures, mint condition in the box, while I'm breaking every code and I'm picking every lock. It's a link to the past, got the Master Sword drum, been grinding in the dungeon since the early break of dawn. Hyrule is the mission and the Triforce is the goal. Got that ocarina melody deep inside my soul. Switching over to the track, set the phases to stun, because the final frontier is where the real work is done. Boldly going where the casuals never dared to tread, with a Vulcan logic spinning inside of my head. Total Trek plays, yeah, we're live on the air, from the Delta Quadrant to the Dragon's Lair. Got the cartridges stacked and the dice in the tray, just a 95 vibe at the end of the day. Total Trek plays, keep the signal real strong, where the nerds and the geeks and the legends belong. Yeah, may the force be with the stream, I'm a Jedi with the flow, lightsaber gleaming in the purple evening glow. Between the empires, reaching clinging empire's pride, I'm the bridge between the worlds with the viewers by my side. No CGI needed, just the sprites and the pixels, dealing with the trolls and the digital dismissals. I'm a relic of the era when the gameplay was king, before the microtransactions and the vanity bling. Just a man and his hobbies in the basement sanctuary, writing out the pages of a geeky glossary. Level 64, yeah, I'm reaching the peak every Tuesday night for the geeks and the neeks. Powering down now, let the cooling fan spin. Tomorrow night we do it all over again. Check the log, save the game, let the credits roll by, underneath the glow of a digital sky. Total Trek plays. Total Trek plays. Total Trek plays. We out. Total Trek plays. Total Trek plays.
What is going on? How's everybody doing? I have an announcement. And before I give that announcement, if you guys have not seen this yet, I'm going to play it so that you guys will know, you guys will have a very clear picture of exactly what it is I am talking about. So here we go. This is Topher A play, or this is Topher A from last week, about 13 days ago. He does a daily long form vlog, and he decided that he was gonna devote a daily long form vlog to this. Well, I mean, to me, but to this. Like, this is like the coolest thing, and I have to show it to you guys so that you guys get exactly what it is I am talking about. And I have posted a few videos. I've got another video to come on it, but this is it.
So what if you could take your favorite video game console from your childhood and fix all of the problems, perfect it, make it exactly like you wanted it? Dr. Mod, what would you say is the most underrated video game handheld console of all time?
The very one you have in your hands right now.
This one.
Yep.
The Sega Game Gear. I agree with you. There's lots of reasons why the Game Gear sort of faltered when when the Nintendo Game Boy was just like taking over the world.
Yeah.
That's for a whole different video. Today, we're going to talk about exactly what I just said. Taking the Game Gear and fixing all the problems, perfecting it. Because our friend of the channel, Total Trek, if you don't follow Total Trek here on YouTube, you totally should. I'll tag him below. He was asking us, man, I got this Game Gear. It's pretty crusty. It needs some love. I think it still worked. Did it still work? Did it power on?
It powered on. Yeah.
Barely.
Barely.
So I said, why don't you send it over to me? I'll get it over to Dr. Mon and see exactly what he can do. This is not it. This is one of my original Game Gears. This is it.
Yeah.
So, Total Trek, this is your Game Gear. This was his original Game Gear.
It was.
All right, so we are going to take a look. I love the case.
Yeah.
Look at that case. Wow. The texture on the plastic that's a plastic screen protector, in case you're wondering. So let's talk real quick just about the condition of his Game Gear when he sent it in.
Well, I mean, when we opened it up, definitely found problems right away.
You sent me some photos.
Yeah, there was some like serious corrosion and some type of growth in the inside of it. And yeah, it's pretty gnarly, like blue color. It's kind of pretty actually. And you can get some pictures of it. And the other thing we noticed is that it looked like somebody had maybe like put the screen protector back on maybe with some super glue. And so it had
It always works out real well.
Yeah, it had a nice like whitish residue all over it. And so, you could definitely tell it was loved and played hard.
Yeah.
And but it was still, functioning Game Gear. It was fixable.
And it was salvageable.
Salvageable.
Okay, so this is it?
This is it.
This was that original Game
one.
Gear. I should pull photos of his original Game Gear and put them in here. But as you know, these vlogs are unedited. Okay, what exactly, aside from reshelling it, what exactly did you do to upgrade the Game Gear from the original Game Gear? Where do we even start?
So you start with one of the biggest faults that you see on Game Gears these days, which is the capacitors.
Okay.
The capacitors they used, they leaked and they go bad, and they're notorious for that. It's very hard to find a Game Gear that's still functioning that, doesn't need a capacitor totally,
When the
replacement.
capacitors are starting to go out, or when they do go out in a Game Gear, what does that typically do?
Tons of things. No power, no sound.
So it could completely stop the machine from working,
yeah.
powering on altogether.
It depends on which capacitor is going bad. There's 3 boards in there. So any of those boards, the capacitors go bad, you start getting different symptoms, And so this was showing quite a few of them. It didn't have any audio. So we replaced all the capacitors. And what's nice is, what's in those capacitors is a nice kind of like fish oil material. And so it kind of smelled like
great.
Like a tuna fish sandwich in the sun after staying out a week.
And it looked interesting as well.
It did.
So you repaired all the capacitors.
Yep.
Or all the board and everything in here is original.
It's all original.
So sort of future-proofing it by replacing all those capacitors. What's next? I mean, let me tell you my biggest problem with the Game Gear, probably all of your biggest problems with the Game Gear, is, it like sort of chews through batteries. And
Yes, it did.
What is there to fix that?
So one of the biggest pitfalls of the Game Gear, the eater of batteries. If you did not have the car adapter when you were going on a trip, you were eating through batteries. I mean, a fortune of batteries.
Yeah.
So we replaced the power board with one that had USB-C charging, and we put lithium batteries in there.
USB-C.
Yep.
It's got USB-C.
Yep. And it's got an indicator light, so it lets you know when it's charging.
Okay.
And then the lithium batteries, which hold charge forever. You can let this thing sit for months.
Yeah.
Go and turn it on, and it's going to turn on again.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much charge these batteries hold. The other thing we wanted to do is we wanted to make it look pretty again. It was pretty beat up. So, yeah.
He sent it directly to me, and I got to take a little peek at it before you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trek, you put some mileage on that thing, my dude.
Yes, I did.
It was rough.
It was.
Yes, I
So,
did.
new case.
So new case, and we went with Sonic the Hedgehog theme.
Mhm.
So you got kind of the red for the shoes and the
NBA
white,
Jam.
the blue, the
Disappointed.
vinyl decals.
And these are all, this is not part of the shell that you bought. These are all
No.
custom that you made.
I added those later.
Yeah. So, reshelled it. I'm seeing a new
Brand new screen. And not only that, it's not plastic like the original. So, one of the pitfalls of the design of this one is it sticks out, right?
Yeah.
So it caught everything.
Constantly.
Always. They're always scratched up. This is glass. It is not going to scratch.
And I
easily.
noticed that it's flat. I don't want
flatter.
to peel. I don't want to peel.
Oh, go ahead. It's not going to hurt it.
off,
Yeah.
I mean, look at the screen underneath there. That's a beautiful screen.
It's beautiful.
Trek, I'll leave this on for you, so you have the honor of peeling it off. But what type of screen is this?
So it's an IPS screen.
Okay.
It's modern, thin.
Yep.
Low energy usage screen.
Power consumption super low.
Yep.
Which helps on the battery life.
Absolutely.
Okay, so new screen, new shell, new capacitors. It's all the guts, new batteries.
Yep.
I also noticed this.
That's another special add-on. So this has HDMI output.
HDMI output, that's HDMI mini.
Yep.
You get the little adapter, or you can buy a cable that's mini on one side
Yeah,
and
exactly.
HDMI on the other. So what you're saying
Gotta get
is
me one of those.
plug this in, plug it into the TV.
One of those.
It's a console.
You can use it as a controller, and you're playing on a big screen. Yeah.
I like that. And then it still has all the original ports as well.
Yeah,
You got
exactly.
your headphone ports, your volume. I noticed.
Do I even want to know what I did with that thing?
Yeah. I want them to be able to play some games.
Some games.
Yeah, some.
Yeah, I mean, I could take this out.
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
So, this, I'm pretending like I don't know what this is, but flash cart. This holds backups, game backups of, I would imagine, the entire library
Yes.
of games for the Game Gear. So, basically, what Dr. Mod here is saying, Trek, is you can plug this in to your streaming setup, use this as a controller, and stream any game from the Game Gear library. It's at your disposal right there.
I will be doing a ton of that. I've got a laundry list of games I want to play on live stream, including Mortal Kombat, including NBA Jam Tournament Edition, including Beavis and Butthead, including Sonic, including what's that game called? God, I'm drawing a blank on the name of the game. It's a role-playing game. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna be playing a ton of games.
That's crazy.
Yep. And put a nice little tag in the back just to make it look a little unique.
Oh,
As you can see, what is it?
we got a Dr. Mod special.
Yeah.
This has become that term has become something that
You coined it.
a lot of people in the community, in this community, use the term
I am super
Dr. Mod
excited to
special.
like milk.
Now Total Trek can say he has a Dr. Mod special. I gotta tell you, do you know who makes this case? Do you remember which
I got it.
company
I got
was?
it on Handheld Legend. So they sell a lot of aftermarket.
Because this is a really
Yeah.
nice feeling.
Oh, they're
case.
very well made. They feel the same. I mean, the plastic feels the same quality as what you feel.
I would venture to say that this feels better.
But that's
plastic-wise.
because it doesn't have the wear, of the palms and stuff that this one has. It's still got
Yeah.
that texture like it was new.
Yeah.
And they make great quality shells. I'd say the quality of the plastic on this seems just as good as the original.
Yeah.
So, and they come in all sorts of colors. You can do any color you want.
So so we got a new screen, new shell,
Yep.
new capacitor with the original board still.
Mm-hmm.
You were able to salvage that. You got a cart here that has backups of every single game in the library. You have HDMI out. You have USB-C powered batteries, lithium
Lithium. Yep.
lithium batteries here that hold charge for like ever. And because the new screen is so much less on the power consumption side, you're saving a lot of battery right there. And then this doesn't have batteries in it right now, but I would say it's about the same
Yeah.
weight. And wow, like it's crazy to see this device that I grew up with looking like this. But you didn't stop there, because I see this thing
Well,
here.
we need to make sure it safely arrives. To
Yeah,
him,
yeah,
and
yeah.
so got this ultra secret case for him to cart it around in.
This. Okay,
That case alone is beautiful.
let's go ahead and. Okay,
Look at
this.
that thing.
Did you make this?
Yes, I 3D printed that.
This whole case was
Yep.
3D printed.
Yep. Someone put a very nice, model on Bamboo Makerspace, and I was like, "This is perfect for this." And I painstakingly carved out the foam.
It's so
for it.
cool. But this is. I'm gonna keep these, but I gotta show.
Well,
show these.
this is my special patented
Okay.
stamp.
As you
I'm
know,
a
if
little
you've seen
jealous here
the background of
these.
my videos before, I display
little
all
jealous.
of my handhelds in a glass IKEA cabinet. Dr. Mod brought these over tonight because, and I was like, "You got little Sonic shoes?
Yeah.
What are the little Sonic shoes for?" And then he showed me what the little Sonic shoes are for, and it's actually for holding the Game Gear like this. Like you just, okay, here, I'm just gonna show you real quick. Yeah, look at that.
You gotta be careful, your Game
That's
Gear will
so
run away.
Really fast, by the way.
Yes.
Collecting rings on its way. I don't
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
Unless it gets hit and then the rings burst out of it.
Exactly.
What an awesome, such a cool idea. Sorry,
Thanks.
Trek, these are staying with me because I want these for my Game Gear.
But don't worry.
But he did do a stand for it. Just
That
like
is a
that.
cool stand.
Look at that.
Very nice.
There it is. The perfected Sega Game Gear. You know, the competitor to the Game Boy. For all intents and purposes, the better of the two handhelds.
I
As
agree.
far as hardware goes.
Technically speaking, this had a color display.
Yep. Backlight.
It had a backlight, but again, this is a topic for another video. But there's a reason why the Game Boy ended up successful and the Game Gear ended up sort of. I don't want to say the Game Gear failed, because the Game Gear had a pretty good long life, but
Yeah, they sold 10 million.
but a lot of it comes down to the fact that Nintendo made those choices not because they couldn't make it color or they couldn't make it a backlight. It's because they wanted to save battery.
Exactly.
They wanted kids to be able to play this device on road trips or airplanes or whatever for hours at a time. And they succeeded. The Game Boy was capable of that.
And they wanted to make it affordable.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the Game Gear wasn't. It took
Fortune of batteries.
was it
Six. It took six.
6 AA batteries, which only lasted an hour and a half, 2
A few
hours.
hours,
something like
yeah.
that.
I
Not
would
very
give
long.
it about
At
5
the
hours.
at the most. So
I would give it about
there
5
it is,
hours
folks.
tops.
That is the perfected Game Gear. Once again, another fabulous creation here by Dr. Mod,
Thank
who
you.
I'm sure people are probably wondering, where you've been, what you've been up to. But I can tell you, behind this camera here, lots of really cool stuff on the way.
Oh, I know what the answer to that is. I am sworn to secrecy. I cannot tell. But I know what it is. And, everyone else, everyone will find out eventually. But, I know what it is. And so, yeah, it is, I'm going to say arguably even cooler than my Sega Game Gear that Topher is holding in his hands here in this shot right now. And that's really all I can say about it. But so anyway, back to the video.
So badly tried to talk him into like, let's just tease it a little bit. Let me show just a little bit. Let me press that power button so people could see and hear what. But you're probably right. We should save it. We should save it for, you know,
It's coming.
something coming very soon. But there you go, Dr. Mon. Trek, fantastic. I mean, this is your original Game Gear, just, you know, fixed and done right. And that's the thing that I love so much about this sort of stuff and about what you do is it's not so much about, you know, putting all the games in one place or anything like that, as much as it is taking a device from your childhood and salvaging it.
Yeah.
Because in some cases, like Trek's, the capacitors, it had no audio. At some point, it would have just stopped working.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is pretty common practice when that happens for people to go,
Yeah.
throw it away. You don't need to throw this away. It's fixable. This is proof. This is proof that it's fixable. So there you go.
It's got a new life. And if it makes you, when you do some of this and at the end of the day you go, now I want to play this thing, I mean, it's worth it.
Yep.
You know, it's got a new
100%.
life.
I think it's very cool. Trek, I'm excited for you to play it. I can't wait to come visit your live streams and watch you stream from this. If you don't follow Trek, follow him below. He's doing some really fun retro videos here in this space. So thanks so much for showing us this. I'm excited for the next thing.
Me too.
Because let me tell you, it's definitely been a journey. And that's what it's all about, right? We'll see you soon.
Alright.
So I finally went to allstate.com. It was so easy to switch.
Okay. Alright. Let's get to this. So, anyway, I wanted to show you guys that video in its entirety to tell everyone watching, if you're watching this right now, the Game Gear has shipped. It is on its way to me and should arrive by the end of this week. And I can't tell you how excited I am. I am beyond words excited to be able to have this thing and to be able to play it and stream it for each and every one of you. And not just so that I can enjoy it, but as me and a couple, I'm sorry, E.T. is not one of the games in the Game Gear library. I am so sorry to tell you, Kendall, but it's not going to happen. But I do have a console that will play E.T. If you really want to see E.T., I will happily do that on my next Atari stream. I mean, probably should do one of those. I haven't done one of those in about a month and a half. It's not for Game Gear, Kendall. No, for Atari 2600. And manage your expectations. Anyway, and not just so that I can enjoy the Game Gear, but so my kids and even my grandkids can experience the Game Gear for the very first time and actually enjoy it. And they're going to be able to. So that is, it's been kind of a long, arduous process. I sent this Game Gear out in November of last year, and not really, I mean, I had no expectations of when I was going to get it back. I didn't. It's not like I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna get this thing back in about a month, or I'm gonna get it back in about a week, or you know, it's not gonna, I just I sent it out, and like when I get it, I get it. Yeah, yeah, it was rather fugly. It was I mean it was playable, but it got to the point where I would play it for about 5 minutes just to be able to enjoy a little bit of it, because I knew that the Game Gear was on its last leg. And so if I had a strong hankering to play some Beavis and Butthead or some NFL Quarterback Club, I you know I'd pop it in, or even play some Sonic, because I have 3 Sonic games. I would pop one of them in, play it for a few minutes, and then shut it off, put it away, because I didn't know how much longer of life that I was going to have in the Game Gear. And like I said before, I was on a creator call one night with Devin and Topher, and we were discussing possibilities for upcoming Gen Z Kid Plays Gen X Games videos. And I had mentioned, I have a Sega Game Gear that I'd really like to play. I'd like my son Josh to play them and react to the games, and I really can't get him to touch that thing because of how old and beat up it is, and you can barely see the screen, and it really, filming content on it really isn't practical. And Topher, his eyes lit up, and he says, "Hey, send that Game Gear to me. I'll send it to Dr. Mod, and I'll have him fix it for you." And then he showed me a bunch of, stuff that he had. He had like 3 Game Gears that Dr. Mod had modded for him, and um and so he's just showing me all this, that, and the other, and we just got into, it was almost like he was showing off, but it was impressive. Like, I'm just like, wow, you have that? Oh my god! Like, I was in awe of it. Like, I wanted to be there, because it is literally every retro video game fan's dream, like, playroom. And not just for the arcade machines either. Like, the guy's collection is just out of this world when it comes to retro video games. It's literally out of this world. Like, I got the virtual tour. And so, one of these days, I'll get over there, and, I'll, I'll be a guest on his live streams, and I'll be able to see it in person. But anyway, the Game Gear is on its way. It's been shipped. He shipped it UPS ground, and so it'll take a few days, but it should reach me by Friday or Saturday. And at least that's what I'm expecting. And when it arrives, it's game on, baby. I'm telling you right now, it is game on. So, anyway, speaking of game on, it is definitely game on. Don't forget about my giveaway sub goals. When the Game Gear arrives, we're gonna start doing videos. Because, you know, I was taking a look at the Game Gear library. There's like almost 400 games in the Game Gear library. That's hundreds of videos I could do with Gen Z Kid. We are playing through the the Swarm Community Expedition. Come on, get to the game. Yeah, unfortunately, this is so Sega CD. That was one thing Sega did not do well, was they put a CD add-on to their 16-bit Mega Drive Genesis, and that thing was, graphically, it was great. You know, it did some pretty awesome things when it came to graphics, but the load times were absolutely horrendous. And this isn't much better. This game right here. your fist. What in the world?
Weather warning. Incoming storm. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
What I should have said. Disappeared? Oh, come on. This is what I've been wanting. You see, we are reading large dark signals. Nada and I. It is familiar signal. But, well, are you safe? I described my brief encounter with Hive of Glass and the swarm of ships it left behind to pursue me. Please, friend, do not be like that. Do not be so brave. This thing, it cannot be safe. Polo shakes their head, though the hint of a smile plays at the corner of their beak. And these small swarms, you say they released an essence, a substance, something physical. This I would like to learn more from. I try to describe the vision I had before waking, though I find the details slipping from my memory. A sense of being questioned, assessed, something about a Weaver fragment. Polo squints at me through the communicator. I know, I can see, you are fragmented, all of you. explain about the apparition in my ship and how I reforged their data into a new pilot signature. Your ship did not see you as you? This Echo, friend, they are not where or when they should be, but I am happy they wanted to help. Traveler has always been kind. Think of it. I think it is time for you to be here. Come to the anomaly, friend. Our home is a place of safety. Hello, my traveler. Here you are, safe and so very welcome. This place is designed to receive you. Solo looks at me and their expression thoughtful. Whatever's on their mind, they do not voice it. Friend, this is... They pause, staring at the anchor in their hands. When they speak, it is not to me. They may explain the sickness, match, but only partial. The guest takes a deep breath. They smile broadly, as though to reassure me. Thank you, friend. I will take some time to this. It is in my mind now. Have it from yours. Yes, we have seen the form evidence. Settlement. One, not a high trace. To the very end of the signal. Its crash site may give more answers. I can see it more clearly with you. Here. You are you, but only a fragment. I do not. I'm gonna assume he says no. Polo went to stay bolt silent, apparently closing the subject for now. I was sure you would ask. It's done. Your research will lead our understanding. Polo transmits the approximate location of this report. wiring loops from you. Yeah, repair it and get one.
Product received.
Right.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
And I gotta wait out a storm. Alright, come on, storm pass. In the meantime, who's excited for the Sega Game Gear to arrive? You know, one thing I do notice when I go and I look at other people's streams is not a whole lot of people are playing Sega Game Gear games on Twitch. So I'm not saying there aren't any. I don't see a whole lot of it. So I will have more in the market. Not only will I be playing them, I'll be playing them on
Weather
emulation.
update.
So
Storm
no
theory.
emulation. my key. Something new. They don't feel in danger, and I'm about to turn and leave when the creature points toward my multi-tool. They bark with concern and motion to suggest I should hand it over. The warrior nods in satisfaction. I take my multi-tool and examine it, holding it close before tossing it away with a disarray. Instead, they offer me an improved replacement multi-tool. How is this an improvement? It is my experience that these subterranean relics are more trouble than they're worth. However, salvage is something entirely different.
Technology recharge.
I can get this stuff anywhere.
recharge.
Where this is the part about this game that is tedious.
Technology installed.
Alright. Upgrades the hyperdrive's core bounding magnets, preventing rapid disassembly when attempting to reach rare class red stellar bodies. User is advised to access hyperdrive systems via the
Thermal protection fully.
controller line. Jettison pod.
Thermal protection fully.
No, it's just buried technology. There we go. What do I get rid of? Take this opportunity to remind my viewers I'm doing 2 giveaways. I have 2 goals. 15 subs. I have gotten 7 so far. I need 6 more subs. And I am giving away a Lego Star Wars Imperial Pro Droid. The one in the big black box. I will do that giveaway once I hit that milestone of 15 subs. 30 subs. I am giving away an Atari 2600 plus Pac-Man edition.
Without date. Stone clearing.
You want a chance to win a couple of giveaways. Really cool giveaways. Help me get some subs. whoever that was just dumped a bunch of stuff into my inventory.
Infantry full.
What hole did I fall out of? Oh, shoot. I have resurfaced. I don't know for certain, but I think that dude, whoever that was, helped me out tremendously. He gave me memory fragments. He gave me storage augmentation. He gave me a lot of storage augmentation. Can you bring her in here? Thank you. Yeah, but again, what that was, he unloaded 20 repair kits and 90 storage augmentations for Starship expansion modules. And among other things in my inventory. And wow, whoever you are, test subject, thank you. still have 48 storage augmentations left. Oh, it upgraded the class of my ship and my multi-tool. carbon first. Oh shoot. I still don't have enough. That should give me enough. And the antimatter housing. There we go.
Technology survey.
It's time to test out my shields. Where's that sentinel at? Ancient data structure. Need some salvage over there. There it is. Do I want to bite off more than I can chew? A little more fearsome.
Technology recharging.
heck just happened? What just happened? I was in the middle of a battle. One that I was winning. You gotta be kidding me, man. I was lighting them up. That's what really ticks me off, man. It better put me right back in that battle. I'm gonna be mad if it doesn't. The game probably got mad because I was kicking ass. definitely registered the battle took place because I have less than half of the sodium I once had. Phase 1 complete. Okay. Investigate the crash site. This expedition is one marked location to investigate where all the fragments of the traveler's soul can rendezvous. A suggested expedition route is marked on the galaxy map.
levels stabilizing. recharge. Technology recharge.
There we go. I present the sticky metal that leaks from the swarmers and flows and pools in my palms, smelling of honey and iron. There is a pulse of recognition from the interface. Every part of me, as though this unknowable entity and I are somehow the same being. The moment is brief, but I am left with one seed of knowledge. The hive of glass is coming.
recharge. Hostile ships approaching. Suit initialization. Life support systems activated. Shield kinetic system online.
What the hell is going on? If I had the
Scanner damaged. Repair required. Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
chaos,
Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational. User initialization sequence complete.
expedition. Okay, I still have all my stuff. Milestone complete, devoured, escape the world of glass. Face the hyperloop.
Thermal protection falling.
Good night, Trek. Hey, you have a good night too, Game Slayer. Thank you very much for the raid, man. For raiding in. further, guys, hang on, I'll wait till the ads are done, because you guys all probably didn't get the good news. Really, really good news. Okay, so now that everybody's back, Topher, remember 2 weeks ago when Topher did his long form vlog where he showed off my Sega Game Gear? He shipped it today. It's on its way here. I should have it by this weekend. And when I do, live streams and long form videos to come, as well as brand new Gen Z kit with Gen X games videos. This thing is going to be beautiful, and I can't wait. From my understanding, there's going to be another surprise in the package that I am not allowed to talk about at this point in time. But it is even better than the game. And so be on the lookout for, if you don't follow my YouTube yet, you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, here is my YouTube right here. The link, give me a subscribe, and look forward to a short form video I am posting tonight. And I'm in the middle of editing it right now. But also look forward to a this thing is sweet, man, and I will be streaming with it this weekend. So and just in time for my birthday next week. So I'm geeked about this, guys. Absolutely geeked for this Game Gear. And for the other item that is also. So, but again, I can't talk about that yet. But yeah, it's gonna be sweet, man. Absolutely sweet. And a whole new world of streaming is going to open up for me with this Game Gear. From my understanding, and I have looked around on Twitch, I have not seen too many people streaming Game Gear content. So, yes, Matoma, I did see that, and that is even cooler. But yeah, Dr. Mod does really, really good work. And, you know, birthday gift I've gotten in a very, very long time. And I couldn't believe it. But yeah, it's on its way here. And I'm stoked. So yeah, I wanted to let you guys know. I will be posting updates on my YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. So, whatever you follow me on, be on the lookout for those updates. I will be updating almost on a daily basis on when we can expect all of that stuff to come through. Yeah, it is a really cool birthday gift from Electro. I could not agree with you. This is going to surpass anything that, and last year I got an electronic bike for my birthday. But, this thing is, it's a one of one. I can't, I'm never going to have, and by that I mean I'm never going to have another Game Gear like this. This is, thank you so much, Matoma. I've been working very, very hard to build a content channel, to build a social media presence, and to put myself out there. And at this age, too, I'm not a young guy, and so for me to be able to have the opportunity to be in this space with a younger crowd and be able to, hang with people that have been in this space for a long time. I've been in this space for less than a year, and I started this back in the beginning of September of last year, and with just an idea, and that was you're 47. Wow. I would never have guessed. But to be able to get into this space with just, an idea that I wanted to share the games I grew up with the younger generation, because, my kids are Gen Z, and then I have a daughter who's Gen Alpha, and to be able to share these games with the younger generation who are fixated on games like Minecraft and Fortnite and games like that, and games like No Man's Sky, and then my son Josh, Gen Z kid, introduced me to this game, and so it's just a sharing of I guess you could say culture, generational culture, because the games I grew up with were, as a kid in the 80s I grew up with Atari. That was my very first console, was an Atari 2600. And I love it. I still do. I still do love it. And I want to say I would have loved handheld video game console from the 90s, but it wasn't. It was a Game Boy. But I was always envious of any kid who had a Game Gear, because the Game Gear was so much really make any sense because I couldn't really see anything the Sega Genesis did that the Super Nintendo did, but there were several things that the Sega Game Gear did that the Nintendo Game Boy couldn't do. And one of them was full color graphics. That another was a backlit screen. You could watch TV on a Game Gear. You could listen to the radio on a Game Gear. Game Gear featured backwards compatibility with 85 to 90% of the Sega Master System library. You just pop an adapter into the cartridge or pop your Sega Master System card onto the top of it, and you had Sega Master System on the go. And a lot of people would be like, yeah, well, the Game Gear was a battery hog. The Game Boy, you could play that thing for hours on 4 batteries. Yeah. And, oh man, I would have been pissed, bro. I had a Game Gear, or not a Game Gear, I had a Game Boy stolen from me in the 8th grade. By a girl. A girl I had a crush on until she stole or lost my Game Boy. And she says she lost it. But yeah, never got that Game Boy back. The crush ended after that. But no, the Game Gear, it did things that Game Boy couldn't do. And backwards compatibility was something that Nintendo won't even explore until the Game Boy Advance. So, what Dr. Mod, and I said this earlier, what Dr. Mod has essentially done is control my Game Gear so that I can pass it down to my kids and my grandkids. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Skitoma. But yeah, the Game Gear was, and I was looking at the Game Gear library, and there's almost 400 games the Game Gear that released during its lifespan. And I have 9 of them on cartridge, including Mortal Kombat 2, Beavis and Butthead. I have NBA Jam Tournament Edition. I have NFL Quarterback Club. I have 3 Sonic games, Columns, and I have what's the name? Oh god, what is the name of that game? I'm drawing a blank. You can really tell my age here. Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park for Game Gear. I used to have Home Alone, but I lost that. But yeah, it follows. So those are the games I have for Game Gear. But the card that is coming with this Game Gear, it has an SD card in it that has the entire library of Game Gear games loaded onto it. So that's coming with the Game Gear. And like I said, I'm super, super stoked to get this. And so, yeah, anyway, this weekend, stay tuned for updates. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow me on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. The updates will be on all 4 of those platforms, and I will be doing daily updates to keep you guys up to date on when this thing is going to arrive. So, anyway. I don't know what time it is by you guys, but it is 1:15 midnight over here, and I still have a video to finish editing and uploading. So, you guys, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for watching and for coming in. And I love each and every one of you guys. I love the community that I am a part of. And I couldn't have asked for a better group of community members to be a part of. And so I will be live probably later this week. Just jumping on here and there. I work in the afternoons, so but yeah, don't leave yet. We're gonna raid out. YouTube, thank you for watching. Here's where I say goodnight.